Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. It's been a bit of time, but we're back. We're doing something a bit different today. I'm going to be involved in a 48-hour film festival soon. I'm really excited for that, but my group has been allowed to rig some characters and make some props and such in advance of knowing what the prompt for the festival will be. So we've got some character designs I've been given, and we're going to rig at least one of them today. See how this goes. So the one I want to rig is Sock here, who I've been told is a bit anxious. So I'm just going to add a grease pencil object and start sketching things out. So I know he's kind of skewed to one side, but I don't know if that was intentional or not. Let's get this shape locked in. Yeah, I'm liking how this is looking. I think technically that should be more rounded, but you know what? It's not rounded in the concept art, so we're just gonna have to leave it. Little flying turtle, nice to have you here. Yeah, today we're working on some rigs, some simple characters for a 48-hour film festival that I'm gonna be part of. It's gonna be lots of fun. Okay, we're gonna need to figure out how I'm gonna rig this, because I think this is gonna need to kind of do something like this. Yes. Well, this kind of goes like that. Something like that. Santov, nice to see you back as well. Yeah, no, it's been a bit of time, but we've got a bit of a new project today, so I'm excited about this. The cheese is pretty cute. Yeah, I'm liking all these designs, honestly. Especially, I like Burge because it seems to me like this is quite a whimsical little story that's going to be told. Um, So I quite like this Burge character or Berg, I don't know how to pronounce it. This character, he's just grumpy, seemingly. Like he's really done with everyone else's jovial attitudes. I need an eye. Now, this sock, I'm told, is quite anxious, so I'm going to keep the default pupil quite small, though that will obviously be able to be animated. So like that for the legs, and maybe even... Now I don't know what the best way to rig these limbs is going to be, because I think if I follow the system that I've been using recently, I would probably just have one bone that controls it and then just leave it up to redrawing it if you want any flexibility. And I think that probably is the best solution if you want for the arms and legs to look however you want them to look. But I think if you want to animate quickly, I'm going to spend some time to give some more controls. Sound good? Yeah. I think I'm going to have to create some different hand shapes, but definitely the default one is going to be just all blob. Let me just quickly read what the brief was. We want the rigs for each character created in Blender Grease Pencil. We want the characters to have a rigged 3/4 pose where they can move their arms, legs, and head around. For the head, at simplest, we want the head to move up and down motion. If anyone is comfortable doing something more advanced, it'd be nice to move the head left and right with a master controller or similar method. That's kind of what my specialty is, so I'm gonna have to do that. Maybe not for this character, but like, I might as well give it a go, right? For expressions with like optional eyebrows for all the characters, right, so eyebrows that can kind of be turned on and off, that's fine. Angry, sad, surprised. Sock and Berg, to be able to move their pupils around. Yep, that's fine. Each character should have a 1-frame blank. Okay, cool. No problem. Let's get on to it. Are you making all of them? I don't actually know. I haven't been told exactly what the plan is, but there's quite a few people in this team. And I'm quite excited because they had already decided to use Blender Grease Pencil for rigging before I got involved. So when I heard that, I was like, oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to have so much fun. So I don't know if there's anyone else rigging, but I suspect that I would be the most qualified to rig characters in Grease Pencil. So I'm just going to finish this one, and we'll see what other people are planning. I'm going to try and make him 2 meters tall, because that feels like a standard height for something. I mean, not for people, but something. Did you see that Blender.org is porting full Blender to iPad and making a new UI for touch devices? I did not see that. That is exciting. Yeah, that's really cool, especially with Grease Pencil, because I feel like before Grease Pencil, if you said that to someone, they'd be like, well, why would I use that? You know, like, I've already got Grease Pencil. I've already got a computer, and it's not going to run very well on a tablet or an iPad, rather. But if you've got Grease Pencil, it's going to be really helpful for people. Okay, so that's the sketch. I'm going to name it the sketch. Move it to a new Grease Pencil object called a new collection called Sketch. I'm going to add a new Grease Pencil object. Call this one Body, or we should call it Sock Body. And we need a new material called Sock, or Matte Sock Pink. Oh, why did that pick the wrong color? Oh, that's odd. Okay, no worries. I have a color picker built into my operating system that just puts it on the clipboard. Okay. I'm going to call this layer base. Why Why is that looking so weird? There we go. That's not perfect, but I'll be able to smooth it out. And move it into place. Going to add a new temporary layer that I'm going to lock so I can and hide so I can get this looking exactly how I want it to. Okay, now I can select this and move it back to that base layer. And then delete this layer. Lovely. Nice. Now before I add the second layer, I'm just going to add a simplify modifier set to sample. Yeah, actually, ages ago, someone asked me if I resample my drawings to make the vertices like a consistent distance away from each other, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. But now I found this modifier that allows you to simplify the drawing, but really you're just setting it to the sample mode, and then set it to some small number, and when you apply it, look at that. I mean, it's super dense, but like, you've got all the vertices just really close to each other, which is really great if you want to add a noise modifier, because imagine if you've got a shape with a bunch of vertices really close together and then some vertices really far apart, and then you add a noise modifier, it can only move the vertices that are there, so it's going to look really inconsistent. Whereas if you add a simplify modifier and apply that, and then you add the noise modifier or whatever else, it'll look really consistent along the shape. Okay, now I need that other material. Let's get the color picker. There we go. Add a new material. Matte sock orange. Could call this details. I don't like that. I'm just going to draw that manually. And then I'm going to add that simplify modifier again. But I'm only going to let it influence that new layer. And then I'm going to apply that. And we can see, look at that. Everything's beautiful. Doing really well. Okay. Now I'm just going to add a mask so that it clips to the base. Lovely. I like the way it's looking. I like it a lot. Now we're having an issue where the limbs are all white, so I need the background a bit darker. No problem. Coolest one, sock eye. I'm really excited about this project because I've rigged with grease pencil for so long, and it's always been the best solution for me. But I've never felt like I could work on a project with other people using grease pencil, because usually people aren't very familiar with it. But now I get to work with a team who is familiar with grease pencil, want to use it as their first option, but maybe they're not super familiar with the way that I rig. So hopefully I'll get to demonstrate that my system of rigging actually is good for like an actual production, you know. We'll see. Right. Now I need a new layer. I'll call this layer eye base, or just base. I'll add a new one called pupil, and I need a new one called brow. Okay, now on the pupil one, let's make a new material called matte sock pupil. Lovely. And now I'll add some variations of this pupil with like different shines and such to like, you know, give more flexibility. But for now that's fine. And then I need a brow. Oh, I should have brow underscore mask, and then there's a new one called brow. Okay. So for example, I need a new material called brow. Oh, I don't like that. Let me get just. Okay. Because sock is quite anxious, I'm going to have that as the default expression for the eyebrow. But then under mask, I need a new material called, oh wait, hang on, I need to rename this one to matte sock brow. And this one needs to be matte sock mask. And that's going to just be a pure green material. It doesn't need to be green, but I find that that seems to be kind of the standard in other software, where if you have something that's not going to be visible but it's just being used as a mask, you make it this obnoxious green color so that everyone can tell. If they can see it, that's a problem, you know? Now I think, okay, first of all, the pupil needs to be masked to the base. The brow mask doesn't need a mask, but the base needs to be masked to the brow mask, but inverted. And now I hide the brow mask. Oh, this is already getting technical. Or is it you lower the opacity? Yes, you lower the opacity. There we go. So you can see already, you know, we've got the ability to kind of cut away at the eye. Lovely. And I'll be able to add variations of the eyebrow that includes like a lower lid and that sort of thing. But for now, this is fine. Okay, we need a new goose pencil object called sock dash underscore F for front. I'm going to add a new material called matte sock limb, which is going to be white. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to simplify that. And now you can see it's really dense, and that'll be really helpful when deforming it with an armature. That I'm going to bring one thing forward. Cool. And now I need a new goose pencil object that is sock hand front. And we'll replace this material with limb. Now we add a new object called sock back. And that's also going to have the limb material. Didn't like how I drew that. Hang on. Lovely. I'm also going to simplify that. And I'm going to move that back a bit. Oh no, no, it's fine. I did it right. It's okay. We hide this. How's this looking? I think it's looking a bit thin. Just going to increase the size of that. Increase the size of that. Lovely. Yeah, that's looking good. Move this out to the side a bit. Beautiful. Actually, I'm going to just copy the contents of this, paste it in here, move it over here. Lovely. Now, unfortunately, every time we make a new new object, it creates a default material called black, or if that already exists, black.001. So let's just go File, Clean Up, Purge Unused Data, and delete that. And that deleted 17 data blocks. So now if we look here, yeah, there's still one called black, but that just must mean it's being used on one of these objects. Oh, that would be the sketch. I can rename that sketch. I can change the color of that to make it even clearer. Yep, everything's cleaned up now. Very nice. Okay, now we need the legs, which are both going to be behind the body. That's interesting. Okay. Cool. Sock, leg, F. Lovely. Okay. We duplicate that, rename it to back. Move that over here. Oh no, both of these. I should have done the simplify. Actually, I am just going to delete that object. Why isn't it okay. Add the simplify modifier. I think this is starting to look pretty good. Right, we just need the feet now. Lovely. Now, recently, I've kind of been going away from the whole inverse kinematics for 2D animation. I think it's a little overrated, but I think for these characters, I might go with it. Now, looking at this concept art, I think these legs should be shorter. Yeah, that's looking way better. Now, one thing I'd like to add is a noise modifier to everything. Add a noise modifier, reduce, increase the scale. Yeah, that looks good. Reduce the amount until it's just a little wobble, and then we'll smooth it out with the cube shape, and then we'll let's reduce that size a bit. And the amount. We just want it really subtle. Yeah, just a slight wobble. And I'll also make it, oh, it's already on every 4 frames. Maybe 6 frames. Yeah, that's looking good. Good subtle wobble. Now let's select all of these objects. With that as the object one, I'll go Control L, copy modifiers. Now everything's got a slight wobble. Alright, I guess it's time for rigging. I'm just going to turn off the automatic keyframing, it's causing some problems. fact, let me just make sure none of these have any keyframes on them. Lovely. Okay, cool. Let's add these to a new collection called char for character, sock. Okay. We'll just add an armature now. And we'll call this object arm for armature, sock. We'll put that under char sock 2. Actually, all of these grease pencil objects should be added under a new collection called GP sock, which is under char sock. And then I'm also going to rename all of these objects using the battery name. I'll set name prefix. I'll add a GP for grease pencil at the beginning. There we go. Because I know that other people are going to have to deal with this rig, I'm already like being a lot more organized, making sure everything's named, making sure one thing I'm going to have to be really careful about is making sure all the axes for the bones make sense, so that when the animators are controlling it, they don't get confused. Because in my own personal rigs, I might have an axis like, okay, for one bone I have to move something along its local x-axis, and then for another bone it's the z-axis, and it's like, why would you make it like that? It's like, oh well, I just didn't think about it, but now that I'm animating it, I just deal with it. So I don't want to have to force the animators to deal with it. So I'm just gonna have to be very organized and think about this stuff. Okay. So I don't know if you can see this, but I'm gonna rename this default layer of bones because, yeah, to just def for deformation. Or actually, I can just call it deformation. Yeah, this is cool. Ever since it was kind of recent that Grease Pencil updated their armatures so that they have collections rather than like those awful layers that they used to have. But now that they do, this is great. In fact, oh no, I just turned off my tablet. That's not good. In my recent rigs, I haven't really used multiple collections or layers, so I haven't really been able to experience how great this new system is. But I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Okay, so I need to rotate this around. Oh, let's do individual origins. Rotate this around. I don't want to see this from the camera view, so let's hide that and just go into front orthographic. Move this down. Call this root. Okay. Let's think about how we want to do this. I think let's keep it simple. I'm gonna add a bone like this. Oh wait, hang on. I need to make sure this under the viewport display. Let's go in front. Let's add names and axes. Lovely. So we can always see what direction the bones are facing and what they're called. This won't be called root 1, this will be called def torso 01. Let's go into wireframe so we can see where these bones should go. And I'll subdivide that. So now I've got an 01 and a 02. There we go. Let me know if you guys have any questions on the things that I'm doing. Hopefully it will be all clear though. Oh, I can already tell I'm gonna have so much like trial and error trying to make this as like usable as possible. Def nose 01. Nose 02. In fact, if I set the viewport display to be B-bones, I forgot what the keyboard shortcut for scale B-bones, or has it disappeared? No worries. I'm gonna, on this bone and this bone, and this, actually all of these, I'm gonna increase the number of segments to 8. So now it'll bend. Lovely. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna make this, oh, it's been so long since I've done complicated mechanisms like this before. Let's also go to viewport display and set it to wire so that I can always see through it. Lovely. Okay, I think I'm just going to focus on this torso before I add any other things. So I'm going to add a new layer called torso, or MCH underscore torso, because I want one down here that'll be, I guess that'll be the control bone. Well, let's just call it MCH for now. Torso base. Let's turn on snapping and set it to vertex. Duplicate that, put it up here. MCH torso mid. MCH torso top. I want to be able, oh, I really should be using, I recently started trying to learn how to use the Blender Cloud Rig add-on, and it looks really cool, but actually I think I'm just going to try and keep it simple. And I say simple, but I mean by doing everything myself manually. But no, this will be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And if I hide the original, oh, I should move these to the new layer. Hang on. If I hide these and I extrude this, and I extrude this, and I'll call this MCH torso rot 01. I'll call that as well. I want this to stretch to this. Lovely. I want this to stretch to that. Beautiful. Oh, I need to turn off the snapping. That was annoying. Okay, that's going to be good. Oh, and this needs to parent to that. Lovely. And on these stretch things, I'm going to say maintain volume none, so that they don't maintain their volume. Very nice. And then I'm also going to duplicate these, scale them down, scale them out a bit, call them control torso rot 01. We'll parent that to that, parent this to that, and parent this one to that. Okay, oh, we can get rid of the constraints on those. So now I can rotate it like it's an FK rig, but I can also stretch it around. Oh, I don't like that. How am I gonna fix that? Maybe I don't. No, I don't like that though. What happens if I just parent this directly to that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I can parent it, I can move it around like it's an FK rig. And then the moment I want to add some details. Lovely. Okay. So now let's go into here. Oh, I like this star system. Okay, cool. I'm gonna make all of these a bit smaller so that when I add this, I'm gonna say copy transforms. Okay, I'm gonna need to change what drives the inputs for that, but also this is gonna need to be parented to that, at least for now. Okay. Yeah, this is already looking a lot better. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate these bones. Battery name them, set to find and replace, make sure it's choosing bones. I'll find MCH, change it to control. I need to find .001, set it to nothing. There we go. Let's add this to a new collection called Control Torso. And let's move these as well. Okay, now do I parent these? I think so. Okay, so it looks like I'm not going to be the only one rigging the characters, which is nice. Or maybe not. We'll see. Okay. Wait, no. Yeah, no, that's right. That's all good. This is how I want it. Okay, cool. So now I need these B-bones to be controlled based on the little control-y bones. Yes. In fact, I should reverse the parenting. Hang on. If I go back to here, let's clear the parent on that and parent this to this. Because now... Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, cool. Let's take this B-bone. Let's find its things. I think it should be set to tangent. Yes, the start handle. Can you see this? I think you can see this. It might be close though. Hang on. I don't know. I might just move this over here briefly. Move this guy over here. Can I flip him? I guess not. Alright, no worries. So now that I've got that, I can set this to tangent. The start handle should be set to MCH torso base. And the end should also be set to tangent, but this should be MCH torso mid. Uh-oh. Okay, let's rotate this. And let's rotate this, because we don't want to see that. Thank you very much. Okay. Why is that still being messed up? Where's the axis? Why is that? So the X is going out this way. Ah, this is not right. Hang on. Let's take these bones. Roll. So now the axes are lining up. Well, okay, so this is working a lot better now, although that's still not right. Relative? No. Absolute. I think it is tangent. Is? Oh, I didn't want to make keyframes. Well, that one's working. Okay. Well, why isn't that one working? Oh, it's somehow reset the input. Let's just do that. Okay. Okay, for some reason that scale is working, but not this one. That's okay. Surely there's like some sort of curve in and out. Maybe I need to set this as the parent. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna just leave it for now and just continue on. I'll set this to tangent. I'll select the bone. Oh! Can you guys still hear me? It says it's having issues. This is not ideal. Fortunately. But hopefully. Okay, cool. Just gonna leave it. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Buffering, that's annoying. What was I doing? Yes. Choosing the end and start points. Lovely. remember it being a driver thing. So maybe it should be set to absolute, not tangent. Oh no, because then it grays. Oh no. Oh, that's not ideal. That should be parented to this, maybe? Yeah, that looks right. Oh, but then of course, no. I think this, I've got to set copy rotation. There we go. Locally. This should be set to tangent, but this should be set to Y. No. Okay, I think this is starting to come together. Will you be streaming as you animate for the festival as well? I don't know. I think I'll see how things go. It's going to be quite intense without all the stress of streaming. And streaming's not that stressful, but it's like, I don't know. I'll see how I feel. It'd be nice to kind of stream while I do it, but it might be a little too much, too demanding. We'll see. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's hide the mechanics thing. And let's unparent that, because that was not working well. Okay, I'm happy with that. I guess let's set up something similar for the nose, or maybe it can just do its thing like it's FK. Gonna add a base to there, parent it to this. Lovely. This is gonna be good. Is rigging included in the 48 hours, or is the rigging done before the 48 hours? It's going to be done before the 48 hours. So the idea being that because the competition is mainly aimed at people doing live action projects, it's like you already know who's going to be acting. You've probably already scouted places to film. You've got all your filming equipment ready. So it'd kind of be unfair to say, no, you can't rig your characters, you can't make your backgrounds, etc., before the film festival. I think what makes it fair, though, is we can't. Obviously, where does the line stop? Can we just make an entire film? Well, the thing is, on the Friday night before the 48 hour starts, we're given a prompt that we have to fit the film to. So even though we know we're going to use these characters and we're going to have these characters rigged, because we still don't know what the story is going to be. We're limiting ourselves by using these characters, but that's going to ultimately help with the creativity of writing, and it means we're going to be able to make a better product. So yeah, basically, yeah, it's not going to be in the 48 hours because this is the equivalent of us choosing what actors are going to be in our group, or the people who are making backgrounds right now. That's like people going out to see, oh, could we film here? That sort of thing. I'm getting back into the swing of things, I reckon, now that, yeah. I'm gonna duplicate these bones, move them into the mechanics area, scale them up a bit, reduce the number of segments so that it's just single bones, disconnect the bones, scale them down, because these are now going to be MCH nose base. Oh, that's already a name? Why? Where's MCH nose base? Apparently it's in here. Oh, of course. Hang on. Let's call this nose. There we go. And now we can call this what we want. Now we need to duplicate that there, call that one end. Okay, so now we parent that to this, we parent that to this. Lovely. I don't know what that should be parented to. That. This is tricky, Okay, so now we add this stretch to constraints. Set it to no volume preservation. Maintain volume set to none. Lovely. But now we need to have these bendy bones. I'm going to alt click, set them both to tangent. And on this one, we can set the start to be this one, and the end to be that one. And on this one, we'll set the start to be this one, and the end to be that one. Lovely, look at that. Ooh, beautiful. And then I'm going to duplicate these, rotate them by 90 degrees, change their scale a bit, move them to the control layer, isolate that, set this, we just need to rename them, find MCH, rename it to control, find .001, rename it to nothing, lovely. Now that's right, yep. But we need, I'm going to duplicate these, move them to the control layer, scale them up a bit, reduce their horizontal scale, call these, what did I call this? Torso rot. That's a bit weird, but okay. Oh, and why is it MCH? That's not right. That should be control. Lovely. I'm going to call this one nose instead of torso. Now this should be parented to this. This should be parented to this, and this should be parented to this. Oh wait, hang on, that's not right. This needs to be parented to that. And this needs to be parented to this. You know, I know that I've kind of made something of a reputation from making rigging tutorials for Grease Pencil. But it's really hard for me, because I find that often the problem solving that goes into rigging is so vibes based. And what I mean by that is I find it really difficult to express it in like language. It's almost like a picture. It's like a painting in my brain, and when it feels right, it clicks, you know? Whatever problem I'm solving, it's like the colors in my mind just slot into place. And then I go, oh, now I know how to solve it. This needs to be parented to that, and that needs to be parented to this, and this has to have this constraint, and that sort of thing. But if you would ask me how to explain the logic that went into finding that solution, I'd be at a loss for words. I'd be like, I don't know, that's just the solution. Yeah, this is all looking very good. Oh, yeah. And what if I turn off the rotation on this? Yeah, no, that's still good. It's almost like I've retained all my rigging knowledge. I'm pretty happy about that. One of my teammates, when I asked if it was okay to record this and live stream it, they said, that's a great idea. It'd be lovely for the others to see your process. This looks all a bit convoluted. It makes sense to me. Don't feel pressure to make your rigs like this. if you're watching this, my teammates. This is just one way to go. I'm gonna make it simpler to use. Like the controls that the actual animator is gonna see, it's gonna be a lot more user friendly than all of this. Okay. Now there's one more thing I need to do before I'm gonna start rigging up that main torso object. I'm gonna just duplicate these around. Ooh. Okay, this is gonna be called def details bottom. This one's gonna be called def details head. And this one's gonna be called nose. Okay. So now we select, well, first of all, let's hide the other layers. So we've just got deformation, and let's move these to the right layer. Same with this. Okay. So now we've, oh wait, no, that should have stayed. It's okay. All right. Now we've just got these correct objects. So let's select the torso and the armature. Isolate those. I'm going to add an armature modifier set to the armature, and let's start adding vertex groups. Okay. Alright, vertex groups. Let's add one. Let's first add these detail controls. The rigging looks amazing. It moves so nicely. Thank you very much. I'm happy with it so far. I was a little nervous going into this because I think I mentioned earlier, my recent rigs, I've been trying to simplify and simplify so that the rigging process takes as little time as possible, and I've really enjoyed that. I think I've found a solution that works really well for adding flexibility at the cost of the amount of time it takes to animate. But that's not what we're aiming for with this project. We want robust rigs that are really easy to animate. So I was like, okay, I need to actually spend some time on the mechanisms involved. And I was a little worried that I'd forgotten everything that I knew. But no, everything's okay. I know what I'm doing still, more or less. Okay, so now we need a new one called def torso 01, def torso 02, def nose 01, def nose 02. Okay, that should be all the vertex groups we need for this. Let's assign each one. Alright, I think that should work for now. Okay, now we go to here. I'm going to select that entire shape and then deselect everything below that transition to the second bone. Assign that. Now I'm going to select the whole thing again and deselect that and assign it to the second part. So now if we look in the weight painting, you can see how that transitions nicely. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing here. Assign, deselect, assign. Okay. Oh wait, no, that didn't work. Deselect, assign. Okay, let's see how this goes. First of all, let's duplicate these, scale them up a bit, scale them up that way, and move them to controls. And let's go to the controls. Oh wait, hang on. I need to actually... Oh wait, no wait, I need to find def and find dot 001, replace it with nothing. Okay, cool. Now I guess the copy transforms? No, I just want to parent it, don't I? Lovely. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. Let's deselect this. Okay. We can move this around like it's no problem. Oh, that's no good. This part's looking good though. Yeah. I mean, there's some issues with if you go too far, but that's to be expected. Whoa, look at this. Okay. The question is, why isn't it working with the deformation? Is it because it's... No, it is deforming. I must just have the vertex group names incorrect. Yeah, that's it. Oh, no, not quite. No, that is right. Oh, I just must have... Oh, I did it badly. Hang on. Okay, let's assign that. Then I go to the second, then the first, then I deselect, and then I assign that here. Okay, so now it's gonna work. Yes, yes, look at that. Okay, wait. Real quick though, I gotta take this middle one, I gotta duplicate it, scale it down a bit, scale it up. This is gonna be a bit of an intermediary bone that takes this and says copy location, copy scale, copy rotation. I'm also going to add a copy rotation to that though. That's going to be local space. No, wait, why did that not really work? I'm going to invert it. Whoa, whoa. Get rid of that. Okay. I'm just going to set that to half. In fact, maybe these first few don't even need... I just need to parent it, right? Yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna move that smooth after. In fact, all of these I'm gonna have the armature afterwards. Maybe it shouldn't be set to keep shape. Oh, but it does need to be. That's annoying. Okay, we'll just keep that saddle. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. And why isn't that following? So that needs to be parented to this. And of course, this needs to be parented to this. No, to this. Okay. Oh, that's not what I want. Why is that? No, this isn't right. Hang on, this needs to be parented to that. What was I thinking? What? No. No, it's not working. Oh, these are the... I did it wrong. Hang on, let me just undo a bunch of that. This needs to be parented to this. Wait. Is that right? No. Yes. No? Wait. Yes. Yeah, that's right. This needs to be parented to this. Okay. What did I mess up? Ah, of course. This is meant to be parented to the intermediary bone. Lovely. Let's move that to the correct layer. Let's parent that to this. Let's parent this to that. Okay, this is all looking good. Okay, pretty happy with that. Yeah, really, I'm chuffed. This is going really well. All right, let's add the eye controls. I think that's next. Now, one thing I'm going to want to do is add a bit of a head turn, even though it's such a small, like, there's so little to do with this character to make a head turn, but I think it is kind of necessary, just to add a little something, something, as it were. key's all gone. Alright. Yes. Where did I go? I added a bone in the wrong layer. Good to know that I can do that. Okay, cool. Let's call this def I. In fact, let me just find the center and get that perfect. There we go. Okay, that works. I'm gonna keep this eye rig really simple. Yeah. I'm gonna move one down here for the lower lid. Even though that doesn't exactly exist right now, but that's fine. I think by the end of the stream, I would like to have a walk cycle with this character, or a run cycle. Yeah, run cycle will look better. That should be the aim. Okay. Now that we've got these, I guess I just take these, duplicate them, move them to a new layer called Control I, or Face, let's say. Let's isolate that. Scale them up a bit. Scale them inwards a bit. Okay. This one should be scaled down, actually. Same with this one. Okay. Yep, this is what I want. Okay, let's take this. Copy transforms. I just want to parent it, don't I? Oh wait, let's choose these. Find and replace. Def. Control. And .001 with nothing. There we go. Oh, it seemed to already do that. Already got rid of the .001. Cool. Wait a minute. Did I not have that one selected? Okay. Def I, oh no, def people, control people. Why is it called control people 1? I just want people. Right. Oh, it's called 1 as well. Are they all called 1? They are called 1. That's weird. Lovely. Lovely. Alright, let's get these sorted. Armature, set to arm, sock, vertex groups, add that, def, I, def pupil, brow, lower lid. Okay. Assign that, assign that, assign that, and nothing will be assigned to that bottom bone because that's fine. Lovely. We can even scale it up. Oh, look how expressive he is. Oh, that's a problem. Can I... If I take the pupil layer, with the layers, pupil layer, and add a new mask, set the brow mask, but invert that. There we go, no problem. Yeah, there's the pupil, lovely. I'm really happy with that. And let's rotate it like that so that we can always... Alright, I'm really happy with how this is coming along. I'm gonna have to make a bunch of variations for the eye, like a blink and other such controls, but for now, that's fine. I guess we should move on to the limbs. Let's make a new layer called temp. I'm going to duplicate these bones into 4. Hopefully I won't regret that. Nah, we'll be fine. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, def F1, 2, forearm, 2. Okay. Now I think each of these are going to need to have a couple of bendy bone segments. So we can, yeah, that'll be good. We call this F, FK. Find place def. to reduce the number of segments to 0 or to 1. Scale the bones up a bit, like that. Pull on Control 1. Okay. Okay. That sounds good. I'm going to make a new thing here called Control F root. Nice. Okay, that's cool for the FK. But now I need to duplicate each one. Or I'll duplicate this one. Rotate it by 90 degrees. Scale it down. Call this one. Oh, actually it shouldn't be rotated by 90 degrees. I'll call this one MCH stretch 01. Duplicate, snap it into, or actually move that to the temp layer. Duplicate. Okay. Align normal. Align bones. Align bones. Control Alt A. Oh, lovely. Love that. Okay, that looks good. I need a stretch 2 constraint here. Whoa. Let me just remove these. Stretch 2, stretch 2, stretch 2, stretch 2. Okay. Setting these to no maintaining volume because I just don't, I don't know, I don't like the way it looks. And this should be counted here. Lovely. Now this, I'm just going to move these around and rotate them and the like. Now I'm going to set these relationship things to all be set to tangent. Set to this bone and set to this bone, and this one set to this bone and to this bone. This one's set to this bone. Lovely. Look at that. Ooh. Because that... Oh, and of course, Oh, this is annoying. Okay, hang on. I need to undo all those parentings I just did. Because of course, it's gonna all depend on whether I want it to be IK or FK. So I need to make a version that's an intermediate section, and that follows either the IK or the FK. Okay, cool. Let's make a new layer called MCH F. Oh, this is annoying. Okay. I'm going to duplicate those, move them to the ARM layer, hide the others. Oh, that's weird. In fact, I'll delete this one. Duplicate this one, put it in the ARM layer. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be called MCH F. For okay, that works. Now on this, I'm gonna take this, add a copy transforms, okay. Now I've got that, but I can override that with the IK. Cool. And now I can turn off the controls, turn on these, set these to be parented to this, and these to be parented to this. This though should probably be parented to that one, but then given a copy rotation constraint set to local space. That's set to half influence. And now when I go to this, yeah, that's what I want. That's exactly what I want. Lovely. Now I need an IK chain. I'm gonna make a new one called control arm F IK. And call this IK F for arm F. Inverse kinematics. set this to 2. Lovely. And can I just flip that? Lovely. Yes, this is what I want. Ooh. I should set all of these to use Euler rotation. I mean, that is pretty much what I want it to behave like. It should have a stretching mechanic though. That's in the bones part. Something called, something about stretching. Inverse kinematics? Yes, 0.01. Oh, lovely. So now it stretches, and it stretches uniformly, but I can change that. Okay, so now let's turn on this, and we'll add copy transforms and copy transforms. What happened there? Oh. Okay, cool. Let's reduce the scale here. Okay, so now we can switch between IK and FK. Lovely. I'm really happy with how this is coming along. Okay. Oh, that's really annoying. Why did I make it like that? Can I fix it easily? Oh, why is that so bad? Oh, that's not ideal. It's not ideal at all. It's okay. It's fixable though. Whoops. No, that's annoying. Dropping in to show support. Thank you, Day. Much appreciated. It's only 3:30. It's okay. How long's this stream been going on? Only an hour and 45 minutes. No time has passed. It's fine. Okay. This is good. This is good. Yeah. Okay, everything's fixed. No problems. We need... Oh, much appreciated, Day. Thank you for your generosity. I guess that makes sense that should be like that. Yeah. Oh, this is weird. I remember with the old layer system, which was objectively worse than what we have now, you would be able to have bones that were visible on multiple layers. But it doesn't look like you can do that with the new collections, which is a shame, really. Because I found that really helpful. That's okay. No problem. I'll just set this to MCH and F. Okay, and I'll make a duplicate that I will send to the FK. I was already on the FK. I'll send this one back to the mechanics. This one, very nice, very nice. And then I'll duplicate that, put that in the IK. And in the IK, I want that to be parented here. That's actually really good. Okay, cool. But that's parented correctly. This one is not. This needs to be parented here. Lovely. Now let's go here. Copy transforms. Copy transforms. There we go. Lovely. However, there's one more thing. On this bone, this root bone, yeah, that's good. I'm gonna add the property that'll switch between. So I'm gonna add new custom property, set this to called FK to IK F with a default of 1, with a minimum of 0. Oh, let's say default of 0, and it goes from minimum to 0 to 1. Okay, cool. Copy as new driver, and on this, we'll paste that there. We'll paste that there, and we'll paste that there. So now we can switch between IK and FK. Whoa, that's really messed up. Hang on. We gotta fix this. Make sure it's connected. There we go. Lovely. We can switch between IK and FK like that. If we turn on the deformation bones, oh, that's not good. Aren't they meant to follow these guys? Yeah, that's right. Right. Okay, now it's starting to look good. You know what? Let's get rid of that constraint. That's not helping. But that is kind of helping. Hang on. Copy rotation, right? And that's what we want. Let's do 0.5. Why can I still rotate it though? Oh, it's set to. Yeah, it's set to replace. Oh, it's because it's set to 0.5. Okay. Hang on, I need to get rid of this. I need duplicate. Copy rotation 0.5. Okay, that's good. Lovely. Alright, pretty happy with that. Things are coming together. I think that though should be. It should be parented as connect. No, that's fine. Alright, let me just check something. Blender Armature collections. Can a bone be visible on multiple collections? I'll figure it out later. Okay, so now let's just isolate the deformation bones, and we'll hang on, let's reset the pose. Hang on. These bones should be on their own layer called tweak F. Oh, where's the hand bone? Okay. Okay. Let's duplicate this one. Put it back on the deformation layer. This is good. Okay, let's add an armature modifier pointing towards the arm sock layer object. Under vertex group, def F1 F2 for F1 from F2. Okay. Let's briefly go to the viewport display, set to octahedral, just so I can see where the bones separate easily. Let's assign that. Assign that. Assign that. There we go. Ooh. That's not what I want. I guess it is. Oh, that's not... Right, that's fine. Let's duplicate all of these. Rotate them by 90 degrees. Man, rigging is so mentally draining. Yeah, this is fine. Right, so, okay. What's next? I guess let's take all of these. Hopefully I'll be able to just symmetrize. Oh no, of course not. That's not gonna work. Hang on, I need to duplicate. Mirror? Oh no. Oh. That looks good. Oh gosh. This is where it would be really useful to use something along the lines of Rigify or Cloud Rig. Oh, I'm gonna regret moving this, aren't I? It'll be fine. This looks right. Let's go to the next one. Lovely. That looks good. This looks good so far. Oh, I forgot to rename things as I went. Hang on, let me. This needs to be stretch 1. Oh. This is B stretch 1. And this is meant to be F stretch 1. That looks right. Uh-oh. Okay, looks good. Lovely. How long's the stream been going? 2.25 hours, no problem. It's almost 4 p.m. though. Oh, alright. I reckon maximum 4 hours for the stream. Which doesn't give us a lot more time. It'll be fine. I feel like I'm in the zone now. Right, that's what I'm doing. I'm attaching this. Okay, we need vertex groups. Def. Oh, it's called Deb. No. Okay. It's called Borum. It's okay. Does socks have fingers? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set it up with a time offset modifier so I can just draw a bunch of different hand poses. But yes, I think the default hands are gonna be like this, where it's just a little ball. But then I'll have a bunch of different options and you can draw new ones and whatever. Yeah, so that'll be the plan. Okay. Yeah, this is all looking good. Right, I just need... Right, I'm going to go back to the orthogonal, not orthogonal, octahedral view. So I can see where one bone starts and another one ends. I'll start assigning these. Assign, and I'll select, and then I'll deselect, and I'll go to the next one. I'll assign, I'll select, I'll deselect, I'll go to the next one. Assign, I'll select, deselect. No, I messed up. Oh no, it's just the... Why is it like this? Stop it. No, 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 no. This isn't allowed. Is it basically I just need to clear the constraints and then I'll reapply them? Because I can do that. That's not a problem. What? Why is it like... Why are you doing it like that? Oh, it's because things have mislabeled, isn't it? Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Yep, it's just these. Yeah, okay. What are they actually called? Oh, of course. There we go. That's the problem. Lovely. Oh, I love it. All right, cool. I feel like the pressure is quite high for this character to be good because I kind of want to prove my rigging abilities, you know, to my teammates, and I'm really hoping that what I'm scared of is the idea that I've made my rigging system in a way that I can use, but is really unintuitive for other people, you know? But we'll see. We'll see how things go. Right, we need... Ah, lovely. We've already got the property. We'll call it B, though. Copy as new driver. Let's go to the MCH. Nope. This one? No. This one? No. Where is it? Oh, it is. Why isn't it? That's really annoying. Okay. Not a problem. Let's just duplicate those over here. Scale it by -1. Hang on. Why were there bones there? Oh, it's because I deleted... It's fine. It's fine. I didn't delete anything. I just hid them. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. Let's paste that. And we'll paste that. There we go. Okay. We've got the IK up here. We got the FK down here. And now we just switch between them. Lovely. That's exactly what I need. Now we just need this to have an armature modifier of its own. I need vertex groups, add a new one called def. Oh. Def hand B. We'll assign that there. Lovely. And again, we can switch to FK. What a dream. Oh, that's not ideal. Hang on. Boop. Okay. All right. We did it for the arms. Now we've just got the legs. And then let me just create a bit of a to-do list. Open up a text editor. Okay, to do legs, custom shapes, pupil, or I'll say eye variations, hand variations. What else? I think that's it. That's all I have to do. Okay, cool. Let's do it. We're getting there. We're getting there. In fact, let's just do this 2 legs at a time because it's going to be so much easier than trying to fix what's broken next time. I mean, like duplicating it over and then trying to fix what's broken. We just do them both at once. Although I don't like that that's not there. Okay, so here I need duplicates of each stretchy part to be the stretchy parts. And I need the big long part. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Okay, so now I also need a duplicate of this, and of this, and of this, and of this. Ah, of course, no worries. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's extend one down here, like that. Alright. Oh, I forgot to put the little live symbol on the thumbnail, I just realized. No worries. Yep, this is all looking good so far. Now in the next layer, this is the IK stuff. Groovy. That'll be a duplicate of all of this. We'll call this that's fine. Inverse kinematics. The length of 2. Lovely. Look at that. And if it flips around, we can just flip it back. Nice. And then this is the FK. I don't. Oh, okay. This is gonna be need. This part's gonna need to be on the torso, but that's okay. I'm gonna need duplicates of those ones. Do I have anything that looks like that? I guess I can just duplicate these. Duplicate these to the FK layer. Actually, okay. Okay. LP, disconnect bone. Scale that down a bit. Lovely. Pretty happy about that. Okay. And then it's just the tweaking bones. So I'll find the original tweaking bones. And I will just duplicate them. Ah, wait, this one though. This one needs to duplicate. Call this one leg F bend. Copy rotation. Set to 0.5. Lovely. Nice. It's coming along quick. Right, but I need these stretching ones. It's okay. I figured it out. Object. What? Oh. Oh, let me. Oh wait, no, I did this wrong. Oh no, I did it. I did it wrong again. Wait. Hang on. Oh, please. Clear paths. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. What? Oh, I guess... Yeah, no, we do want that. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. No, no. This needs to go there. This needs to go there. Lovely. Oh, I did this wrong. Hang on. Yeah, this all needs to be find def control. So with MCH. Hang on, this should be thigh F. FK. And this should be shin. This should be thigh B. FK. This should be shin. Yeah, that's all good. think that his facial expression is making me feel anxious. Like, he's worried, so I feel like I should be worried. But I've got nothing to worry about. This is gonna be fine. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so now I need to find the FK and the MCH or the... Okay. Oh, is it called DF still? That's MCH, 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 MCH. Oh, this is still called. Yep, that's fine. Alright, here we go. It's looking good. Pretty happy so far. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Cool. Let's call this one leg B. Oh, and we'll set the default value to 1. And over here, we'll do the same thing. Set the default to 1. Right. Now we go to IK. Why is that still called def? That's not right. Oh, it is right. Why is that? It's okay. Let's call this. transforms. Lovely. Look at that. Ah, now one thing I forgot to do this time is I need to choose these bones, and under the, oh. No problem. It'll be fine. Yeah. I'll figure it out. Lovely. Why is that again? Oh, of course. Hang on. Let's hide this and this. Hide this and this. Okay. Okay, I need to go back to B bones. Whoa, what is that? It's okay. Everything except for this needs to be set back to having no segments. Okay. What was going on there? Okay, cool. Let's go turn on this. Oh, that's not good either. Okay, no problem. If anyone's new to the stream, I'll just give a little overview of what we've been doing over the last almost 3 hours. I'm going to be involved in a 48-hour film festival soon, but to keep things on a level playing field with people doing live action films, our team has been allowed to create our character rigs and environments and that sort of thing beforehand, before we get the theme for the festival. So that's what I'm doing now. We're using Blender Grease Pencil to rig a bunch of characters. These are the characters we're rigging. I'm currently doing sock, and I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be really, really good. I totally forgot what I was in the middle of doing. Ah, yes, hang on. These things. These. Okay. Now, if I turn that back on. Okay, so now. Stretch T. Stretch T. Lovely. Okay, but it's not bending smoothly, so let's... Okay. Boom. Boom. This part's a bit tedious, that's all right. Okay, pretty happy with that. Now, there's one issue, and that is when everything's set to IK, when everything's set to IK and we stretch things out nice and far. Whoa, why are these parented? What's wrong? What's gone wrong? Hang on. Clearly something is terribly wrong. I think it's this. No. Oh no, that's not it. Is it this? Yes. Okay, no worries. Can I enable my keystrokes? Absolutely. Hang on. But am I hiding them? Yes, I am. Let me just go change this back to here. Lovely. Right, so the issue is when things are stretched, things get big. We don't want them big. We want them the same size as usual. Which means we need this. No, yes, we need this. To take this, we take the copy scale and everything but the y-axis. Right? Yeah, that should work. Right? Yeah. So I just need to do this. Copy scale, everything but the y-axis. Not a problem. And same thing up here. I need to do this. Oh, shouldn't that be all local space as well? Surely. Okay, there we go. So now we just need to attach the deformation, like the actual grease pencil object. Okay, let's go find just the deformation. Not a problem. Alright. And we'll add vertex groups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Def, thigh, F. Oh, it's an F. That's not what I would need. Okay, def, thigh B. 1. 2. Shin. Okay, let's go back. Why is it that looking so bad? If I just do that, that's fine. Alright, I guess that's fine. Alright, cool. Oh wait, I need to disable this again. Okay. Def thigh B1, B2, shin B1, shin B2. Okay. Let me go back to rest position. That's very nice. And we'll go back to octahedral. Select this. Select those. And you probably can't see a lot of what I'm doing right now. That's a shame. But hopefully it's not too important what you're missing, so that's alright. Lovely. We'll do the same thing here. Armature set to this. Boom. feel like we're so close. We just ticked over the 3-hour mark for this live stream. That's exciting. It's been a while since I've done such a long stream. If I've ever done one this long. Why can't... There we go. Hey, look at that. We're pretty much there. If I just open up this. Okay, I've done the legs. Now custom shapes. First though, let's create all the what am I trying to say? Let's create all the groups we need. So I'm going to move the deformation bones back to the base deformation layer so that everything that deforms is on one layer, which means I can remove this temporary collection. This is called MCH arm F. Actually, let's have all the limbs MCH. In fact, let's have all the MCH together. So let's just... What's on the MCH torso? Not much. So I don't think it's a lot to say, let's just put everything on the MCH torso and we can get rid of this. Okay. FK, that's different though. First of all, some of these need to go to the MCH layer. Yeah, I'll get rid of the torso prefix on the MCH. And then I will create. So this is FIK. So I'll do a new one called BIK. And another one called leg FIK. A new one called leg BIK. Okay, we'll enable all of those. Okay, move those to arm BIK. Move these to leg BIK. And move these to leg FIK. Lovely. Now this is the FKs. So now that we've got the FKs, we need B FK, leg F FK, leg B FK. Okay, this is arm B FK, this is leg B FK, leg F FK. Lovely. And then I'm just gonna call this tweaker or tweaks. Nice. Let's go here. These should be tweaking bones. So that one, this one, that one, that one. Those are tweaks. Okay. Okay. Let's start making some control shapes, starting with the torso. Let's make a mesh that's a plane. Let's add a constraint, copy transforms, armature, detail bottom. We'll apply that. Okay. Call this widget details bottom. Move this into a new collection called widgets. Oh. And for this, on the bone settings, viewport display. I don't know if you'll be able to see this. Hang on, let me just, I'll try and reduce the size of this. Okay. This needs to be that object. Where is it? It says custom shape. Why is the custom shape not working? Ah, scale to bone length. Turn that off. No, it's still not working. Wireframe? Why is it not working? Why isn't it working? Oh, there it is. Don't know why it didn't work before. Lovely. In fact, let's go back to that object. That looks good. Okay, let's add a circle, add a constraint, copy transforms of this, armature, and then this is called details head, details head, apply that, scale it down till it fits. Lovely. Right. Call that widget details head. Move it to the widget collection. Lovely. Oh, in fact, hang on. Let me get rid of some of these vertices. Nice. Let's do this. Let's add a plane with a constraint. Copy transform of the armature. Details nose. Call that one WGT. Details nose. Move that to the widget thing. Add this. Details nose. Turn off scale, the scale thing. Lovely. Love that. Oh, that looks great. That's kind of annoying. There's probably a way to fix that that's not too hard, but I think I know how to do it. Okay, I'll figure it out. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, cool. I do love this though. Hang on. Oh, so good. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, no worries. I'll get to it. Lovely. Okay. I'm gonna add a circle. And add the copy transform constraint to the armature called nose rot O2. Apply. Inset. I want to add a mirror modifier that is along its y-axis. I'll delete this side of everything. I guess the x-axis I meant. Alright, cool. And I'll turn on clipping. Okay, cool. Oh, actually y-axis too. Lovely. There we go. Call that one widget torso. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, I think I'm gonna need some colors on all of these, but that's not gonna be a problem. This will be yellow. Lovely. Right, what was on my tasks? Custom shapes, yes, that is what I'm currently doing. All good. That's that's odd. The scroll wheel's not working there. Hi Nathan, nice to have you here. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Tut tut. Yeah. I'm just kidding. Clearly you're learning a lot about animation here. Yeah. What do you think about Blender coming to iPad or Android? I only just heard about it earlier in today's stream, so I think it's exciting, especially with Grease Pencil. Like, I think the 3D side of things is just never going to be good enough performance on a tablet. Well, I guess it depends on what you're making, but I'm especially excited for Grease Pencil because I love Grease Pencil. Multitasking, right? Cool. Getting so easily distracted. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Things. But first, wait, yes, okay. I need a circle. And this one's gonna be a little bit different. Wow. People are racing on the motorway, I think. I don't know if you can hear that. Is this 48 your own project or someone else's? This is Daisy's project. She is teaming up with, oh, I forget the name. There's a studio in Wellington that's been using Grease Pencil called, like, Team to Y? I don't know, I think I'm butchering the name. But they make some really cool animations in Grease Pencil, and they're teaming up with Daisy. And some other people are teaming up with Daisy for this year's 48-hour film festival. And these are the characters that they've designed, and I'm rigging them up. I'm actually really happy because they'd already decided to use cutout animation using Blender Grease Pencil before I was involved. So I'm chuffed. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Especially when Daisy's running the show, because I feel like usually a 48-hour film festival means you're going to be awake for 48 hours making animation, and it's going to be exhausting. And it is going to be exhausting, but with Daisy at the helm, you know everyone's going to get sleep, everyone's going to be well managed, it's going to be good. Is like Moho but in Blender. He's crazy. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Who needs to pay like $500 one time for software that you'll then own forever, when you could just use open source software and you don't have to pay anything and you still own it forever. Hopefully we'll get it in before the deadline. Yeah. Hopefully we won't have a repeat of last year, but we still made an awesome film in just about 48 hours. 48 hours and 2 minutes. So I think it's still an achievement, you know. I need to add this one's gonna be nose details, needs to have mask to the nose. Meanwhile, details needs to mask to nose and the base. There we go. Oh no, what? Why did that stop working? No. Why? What happened? What did I do to this? I'm so upset. I had it working just a moment ago. Just get rid of the armature. Why? I'll figure it out later. Bro knows magic. Thanks Nathan. Appreciate it. So it's been 3.5 hours. So I'd hope I'd have something worth showing. We believe in you. Gotta go now. Good luck, fellow ex-retake artist and animator. Yeah, you too. Have a good time at class. Being productive. Oh no, I've really messed this up. It was working before. I'm gonna just try closing and opening it again. No. Why? It's rotating the deformation bone. It's even called the right thing, and it has the vertex groups assigned. don't understand. I think I have to rely on ChatGPT, unfortunately. Alright. I'm trying to... I don't know what's going on. Okay. These deformation bones are set to deform each of these has the correct deformation name. I've now closed it and opened it again, thinking that would fix it, so the undo history will be gone. So that's, I should have done that first. These are correct. And the vertex groups have the vertices assigned. Oh, what? What just happened? Okay, this must be a bug, because this is not how anything is supposed to work. I'm just going to remove the weights from all of these. I removed the weights though. What? It's still highlighted. Stop it. Okay. There we go. This actually might be just buggy. Okay. These are all empty now. Okay, it doesn't have any vertex groups anymore. And yet it's still deforming. That's physically impossible. I mean, it's deforming badly. Let me just add a new armature modifier. Okay, it didn't snap back, which is nice. Okay. Oh, I wonder if I had bone envelopes on? Ah, I must have had bone envelopes on. I did. That was it. Okay, cool. Let's do that again. Okay. Lovely. Okay. I honestly have no idea what went wrong there. But it's fixed now. But this isn't. Hang on. No. That's not allowed. Oh, fine. Right, custom shapes. Let's keep doing that. Alright, let's do the face. Call this widget I. I'm gonna make this one blue. I'll make all of these ones blue. I'm gonna make this one the same as the tweak. Lovely. Oh my goodness, 3 hours and 47 minutes. That's how long the stream's been. I said earlier I was gonna stop at 4 hours, but now I'm so close. I don't want to. Alright. Oh, I should add the custom property here. Add new custom property. Nose rotation. Yep. Copy this new driver. Now I think it's in the mechanics. I think this one. I'll paste that driver. Cool. Okay, so I rotate. Now I set this to 0. And now you can do that sort of thing. Even make it subtler. Cool. Probably keep that at 1 most of the time. Okay, let's add one of these. Set it to be scene FK. Oh, that wasn't right. No, it's okay. These are what I need. Nice. Cool. I need hand variations. I need the head turn. And I also want to limb bending corrective actions. Okay, what's next? I don't think I've finished with custom shapes yet. The blue again. Alright. What's next? It'll be IK. the FK hand, this one. And I need that and the IKB. Gonna get rid of the colors on that and the widget. Okay, now I need the RCH. That looks good. Why is that? Cool. Let's move those to the MCH layer. Put these as the bones. Yeah, that's right. It's really annoying. That's just the stretch bone. That needs to be cool. There we go. Whoa. That's fine. Is it fine? Let's do this. Control C, copy scale, except for the y-axis. Now, that didn't really work. Alright, it's fine. That's good to know. Cool. Let's turn off names, turn off axes. Lovely. In fact, I know that there's a way to make these lines a little bit thicker. The interface? These. 3D view. Vertex size. On the viewport setting. Alright, it doesn't matter. Ah, the root. I need the root. Good to know. Oh, these aren't parented. That's odd. What's this? Oh, it's the deformation button. Okay. Oh, that's not parented correctly. Oh. Actually, oh, hang on. Why is that? No. That's not allowed. Okay. Well, I've got the deformation things out. Turn on the names again. I need something called def details bottom. Def details bottom. Ah, there we go. Good. Okay, everything can scale nicely. What about negatively? Oh, why doesn't it scale negatively? That's really annoying. Oh, it scales terribly along the negative axis. No. Okay. That's going to be really important. I'll figure it out. I've done custom shapes now. I think before I do eye variations, I do need to figure this out. Okay. Let's follow the chain of things. It just has a stretch 2 constraint, and it's MCH nose base. Okay. Maybe it'd be easier to use a slider or something? No. Oh, well that works. Except it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? This is incredibly frustrating. How to get the absolute value in a Blender driver. ABS. Okay, cool. ABS. Oh, I see. You know what? I'm gonna use a property, a custom property called flip. Flip. It's gonna be an integer. It's gonna be a boolean. It's gonna be an integer. Default value is gonna be 0, and it's gonna go 0 to 1. Copy as new driver. Paste. Okay, it's at 0 at the moment. I need a scripted expression. I need times 2, -1. Cool. I just need to set that back, the default back to 1. Alright. feel like I'm ending on a bit of a low note because we're so close, but also there seems to be some problems. Like, for example, if I scale this along its negative axis, it messes up, and every time I update it, it like gets closer and closer to being correct, which tells me there's some sort of cycle of dependencies going on. So I need to fix that, but I'm kind of tired, and I got to go make some dinner. Thank you all for joining me, and I'll probably upload something like some sort of short showing what I come up with when I finish this off, which hopefully I'll finish later tonight, but not on stream. Alright, thank you everybody, thank you for joining me, and I'll see you again soon.